That should have fixed everything. Oh my god. Yeah, the issue here always ends up being if you're running through Restream and you don't pull in from YouTube where you've set the title up in the YouTube stream, it pulls your old title. And then it doesn't pull in from where it should. So it's just, it is what it is. So we're going to continue working on this map today. I can see a couple of places, at least, yeah. Come on, there we go. So, like, let's turn this snap off. So right here, we'll put a teleport if they really want to walk through there. I'm going to let them just walk back and forth. I don't give a shit. We'll set that enter, leave. And they can kind of go back and forth there and find out it's a dead end. And that's one of the nice things with multi-level tokens. You can set up individual teleport spots so that like these two would be just moving on the same map. If there was something where it moved from one map to another, you could have that. You can have a whole lot of different things set up using multi-level tokens that can make the map work really well. This, we're going to have to figure out what we're going to do. I think what I'll do is a small map with what? 1, 2, 3, 4. So 8 of these. And it'll be like 18A, second floor, 18A roof. And same thing for B, C, and D. And we'll set those up for multi-level zones. And what I'm thinking is we'll probably do a second level on this map, and then we can just do it right above here, a second and third level. And that'll allow us to just do that directly on top, and it should work perfectly. At least that's my hope. But we'll see. I'm making zero promises there. All right, so let's do this. And I need to pull up the description of this. Now, our original map, we used, I forget what we used for here, but I think we're going to, because these are supposed to be like metallic webs. And we're probably going to use the path tool and use the pipe path so it looks like a metallic web this time. Last time it didn't really look that good. I mean, I can pull up the original map and show you, but I was, back then I was relatively happy with the how the map looked, but now, not so much. All right, so I'm going to get all of this stuff out of the way. First, let's pull up my D&D Beyond page. Decided to change my allergy medications over the weekend just because, it's obviously not working well right now. All right, so I'm going to pull this down here. So at this point, we just need to finish up the floors. Then we'll lay in this ridiculously long path. And I'll show you what we had the first time. Like I said, it wasn't a terrible map, but it is too big, so we have to redo it. But again, it's also not a great map. So let's pull this over, show you what we had the first time we did this. And it's real obvious the minute you see it. We use the cave tool, right? And I'm not sure what the hell we used. We used walls. We used walls for these. And then we had to set it so that the walls didn't create walls. So what we'll do this time, like I said, we're going to lay down the pipe so it'll look like metallic webs. We are not going to use these walls this time. We'll do something there. And then I think we'll be able to make this look a lot smoother because we're not gonna draw it the way we did. It'll be much smoother, not have all these little jags on it. And we'll be able to create these towers so they're actually circles. So we're going to clean this thing up a lot by redoing it. All right. So we need our pattern shape tool. Of course, it doesn't remember the pattern we were on. Because why would it? All right. There's our cave tool. So I think we'll just keep chopping in here. I still think the most useful thing I ever added was or learned was, use that shift key to create these little curves. Makes them nice and smooth. Where I used to go in here and tap along the line, which is why you get some of those jagged lines like I had. Now we just mouse our way through it. I almost wish there was a paintbrush tool in this where you could draw it out without it getting all jaggedy like it does with the water and stuff. Actually lay it down the way that you're painting it. Because if we were to do, like if this was a water zone, you lay down the water, it will just get random jags going out. So it's not even smooth the way that it goes. But these are like minor wish list items. I mean, the paintbrush tool could save us some time. But I guess if I really wanted to do that, I'd have to go in, start drawing maps inside of something like my copy of Clip Studio Paint. And then I could have something that actually worked like a brush tool. But again, one of the reasons we use this is because we like having the walls move directly over. Eventually, I don't know, down the road we might start playing with something like Clip Studio, drawing our maps, and then just be like, you know what, you're gonna have to draw those walls in yourself, but here's a map. We'll see. I don't see that happening anytime soon. All right. So that's good. We just put that on the wrong layer. Let's see. Can we cut? Delete. And what about here? Building tool, texture. I wonder if I go here below water, can I paste that on there? And if I pasted that on there, did it just go someplace random? Nah, why would it have a convenient copy paste tool? Let's take a look. I don't think it put it where I want it. Ooh, it did. Shit. That's awesome. I didn't think it would work. I really didn't. We learned something. Doesn't happen that often, does it? There we go. So we were able to move that down to another layer. That just saved us a little work. And we learned something. We're just going to leave it. Every time I do this, I say, we're not going to worry about fidelity to the map. And then something like that happens, and I'm like, wait, there's no fidelity to the map. So I was talking about last week, my son talked his group into, that he plays in on Wednesdays, into moving over to Pathfinder from D&D 5e. And, you know, I kind of understand his frustration with 5e. I mean, it can be a frustrating system if you've played other systems that do give you more options. And I mean, I play it. I don't have as many issues with it as my son does. I do have some issues because we really got to see what a good System 5e could have been when we were beta testing, right, for the year and a half before 5e officially came out. And, some of the iterations were, in my honest opinion, far superior to what we got. Um, you know, I've been real open about the fact that I feel like, the copy paste from one class to another where, there's really nothing differentiating classes, um, other than the fact that the rogue is the only one that doesn't get extra actions throughout a turn. But all the rest of them, they get the exact same thing. Plus, they really stripped some stuff off the rogue from the beta that was honestly really nice, and gave us a class that's mediocre. It's better used as a multi-class option than a pure rogue. Um, but again, I think that's a flaw in a lot of a lot of these games. I mean, the rogue is pretty weak in Pathfinder. Uh, I mean, let's be honest, there is no perfect system. But back to my son flipping over to Pathfinder. Um, we used to use something called Hero Lab to build our characters on there. And Hero Lab moved over to, like everybody else is, a fucking subscription service where you have to go online instead of, software on your computer where you buy the stuff, you don't have to pay a subscription to use it, and it's there. Well, he wanted to get in and use the character builder, and they changed the login. So I'm like, all right, well, I'll fix that. So I took care of it, and I discovered that what they did, you can't buy new content using the software anymore. What they've done is you have to do a hybrid so that they get their monthly fee out of you. Even though you spent all this freaking money syncing it into Hero Lab over the years, you still can use the content that you bought, but you can't add new content. You have to flip to hybrid and then get fucked with a monthly fee. So I was like, well, you know, fortunately, we got most of the books back then, but I think there was something he really wanted, and it's not in there. And I told him, if you're going to do something, you're going to have to rebuy all those books because you're not fucking with my license. Yeah, but it's just something. That's something that really annoys me. The whole service model, and that's where we'll all get fucked if we're invested in D&D Beyond. If they ever do D&D 6e, how long is our 5e D&D Beyond stuff going to stay online where we'll be able to use it? I mean, we got totally fucked over with the online character builder when 5e came out. They supported it for a little while and then it just quietly went away. And honestly, you know, I kind of liked, you know, if you're just building characters, the model they had for 4e for the character builder was, I think you paid like $5 a month with unlimited characters. Um, and it gave you access to all the feats, all the stuff, classes, every option from all the books. So you didn't have to go in and buy the books digitally. Um, which honestly, for players, that's that is a much more economical model. But for the company, you know, they're not getting to sell you those hardcovers in electronic format. Um, and let's face it, Wizards did get lazy because they decided they wanted to have an outside vendor build the system for them. That's not operated by Wizards. But I feel like, you know, any new system that comes out, we're all going to get hosed on this whole D&D Beyond model that they have. I mean, I don't really feel that Wizards really has enough integrity to keep that up after people have spent hundreds of dollars on buying their books online. They're not going to give a damn. And it was funny because I remember with fourth edition, you almost needed that online character builder just because the character building process was confusing for new players is probably the way to put it. Which that's one of the reasons they designed 5e the way it was, because you had the complaints of a confusing character building process and stuff like that. I should have gone up farther. I fucked up there. We might just stay just outside the lines here. I think we're going to do that instead of worrying about curving everything, and then we'll worry about the curves in the walls when we place them. so that's got that. How long of a run do we want to do on that? Let's take a look here. See, this is the time when it's like, you know what, it would be really awesome if the cave tool had the option to pull in different walls and floor textures. But for some reason, that's not a thing. All right. Let me see something. I think we might make one adjustment here. Hold on. Where is that damn thing? All right, we're going to go a little higher. We're not going to chop our head off. We'll do that. There it is. That's better. We're trying to get a nice. I think that's part of my problem when I'm doing these things. You know, I've had it so that my arm is up like this and all like that. Now just jacked with my chair a little bit for this, and it makes life a little easier and more comfortable. So let's do that. All right. Yeah, that's a big difference. Yeah. Guess I didn't have it snapped in place. All right, there's that. Where do we want to path this? I think we kind of want to go around like that and over. So let's go in here. All right. Keep looking to see when we're getting close to closing this thing in. I hate these tunnel type maps. I really do. And it's not that bad if we're talking about a small map, but this thing is just massive. I wonder how horrible it would be to build this in Tailspire. I think any of these maps would be absolutely horrible in Tailspire. And then you're going to have so many assets laid down that you're going to have to worry about memory for your players when they get in. So I'm curious. I'm going to have to get in and experiment one day, build a massive, just heinously huge map and see, if somebody with, obviously I won't be able to bring in my Mac players to test it because this Tailspire is not Mac friendly. Fuck. Maybe log in myself on one of my older laptops and see how it does. Or if it just, if it just renders immediately. That would be awesome. But then that also requires me probably to have, I don't know, does it give you the ability to log in on that? I'm gonna have to do some research. If you can log in, both as DM and then have a second login so that you can have like a player view, which is really what you, let's face it, that's really what you want when you're running a game if you're going to run online. You don't want to be streaming the DM view because the GM has that ability to see all the creatures that are hidden. And if your players are watching the stream at the same time, they'll see all the hidden shit that's going on and metagame it. And let's face it, we all know there are players that'll pull that kind of shit. I forget what the campaign was I was running. I think it was Yawning Portal. And one of my players who never ran games, never intended to run games or anything else. Yes, how's it going? How's it going, Hage? I am. Thursday's my last day on Twitch. We'll be full-time streaming strictly to YouTube. Fact, let's see. Oh, I got to finish this line or it won't let me do it. But I've been giving everybody, all my longtime viewers and other people that come in from time to time, ample time to see that we're doing it. So if they want to continue watching, following streams and stuff, they'll know where to go. There, that line is drawn, damn it. There it is. So that's our channel that we will be streaming on over there. I think what we're going to do is we're going to create a little overrun here, and then we'll have our two walls like that. This is just a secret door to an arch gate. You can tell that's an arch gate right there. But let's go ahead and do this. There we go. Go here. I think this will work here. Yep. These little zones are just what is always a pain in the butt. And I always try to leave these voids here so that they're going to just be filled in by the background or mountain fill that we have. Um, and that's just for aesthetics. It doesn't really have anything to do with what the players are going to see. There we go. We'll go down to the end of this part here. Let's see if we can make this work. Close enough. I mean, in all honesty, what's going to create the real curve of this is going to be the... we can go down into here. We'll just go a little bit because we're not going to draw that extended dungeon tunnel. I mean, in all honesty, unless your group is really, really quick going through these levels, you know, they get in a level and the only thing they do is they search for, you know, the way down to the next level. Unless your group plays like that, Jesus, you would be in this forever. If your group tries to search the entire level, because once in a while there are, let's face it, 5e is one of those things where the written adventures, and it's probably a good thing, don't throw a ton of magic items in. I think DMs make a mistake. They're like, oh, there's just not enough magic in here. Let's throw some magic in. Players don't need a bunch of magic items. They really, really don't. Because the monsters are not that incredibly tough to kill. And it does come to the point where it gets damn near impossible for a player character to get killed when you get high enough level, because you won't deal enough damage in one turn to do their total hit points. And outright kill them. So you don't need to be throwing a ton of magic at the players. Everybody has enough in their innate abilities in their classes that they don't need to be finding a bunch of magic items. And I think, you know, the players will whine, no, we need magic items. No, you don't. You just need to finish combat a little bit quicker, or because you're terrified that your character might actually be in peril and drop to 0 hit points and have to be healed or something and not actually die. Um, but you don't need magic items to survive in this system. And if you start handing out a shit ton of magic to your players, then they're just going to face roll through everything. And as a DM, I don't ever want my characters to be able to just face roll through something. You know, they should always feel that they could get injured in combat, or when they get to a big fight, that yes, one of them could perish. Or else, you know, what's the fucking point? What's the point of playing if there's no jeopardy involved? We are. We are in the countdown. How are you doing this fine day? Thursday's our last Twitch stream. I'm kind of excited. As you can tell by my demeanor, my excitement is showing. I really want to make some VODs for YouTube, but my cough has been killing me. I switched out allergy medications this week. We'll see if that takes care of it. This time of year is always just such a bitch for me on my body. It's like the older I get, the worse it gets. Like I said, I think I'm just fucking allergic to Texas. Well, we can do this. Just do anything fun and exciting this weekend? Exactly. My wife has always kidded and said, my only obvious emotion is when I get angry. And nobody wants to see that. That's all good. Not confusing. Would that be the person that you had like your in your YouTube videos? So how did that go? See, I pay attention. There we go. I mean, I'll be honest. You're still young. You'll have quite a few like that. You know what I mean? And I seriously wish my son would have taken my advice and not gotten serious with like the first girl he dated. Oh my god, these little fucking things. Yeah, we tell ourselves that, and then, we get all stupid over somebody. That was my advice to my son. He didn't listen, though. Oh, are you kidding me? What the fuck? What the actual fuck just happened? I mean, I was kind of laughing this weekend. My son starts telling me about somebody in, I think it's in their BDO guild, right? And about how, they met some girl through the game and they've been dating, and I'll get to that in a minute. They've been dating for a couple of months now, and now they're breaking up and all this, and I'm like, okay, here's a question for you. Have they ever actually met? Now they live in different countries. I'm like, so then they're not actually dating then because they've never actually met in person. How does that work? But they're all emotional and like all this crap and drama going on. And I'm like, they never even fucking met. They're not dating. It's like, come on. But apparently that's a pretty common thing, even though I think it's absolutely insane. There are a lot of things that you can't get out of even like let's say you get on and you online and you chat, you FaceTime with somebody. You're not going to get the same interaction that you're going to get in person, so you won't fucking know that person until you actually get to spend time with them. You know, they can like become Scooby Doo crazy right in front of you, and you don't even fucking, you're not going to have a chance to realize it until you meet them in person. Yeah, I've never been able to deal with that because I'm the kind of person that I need time to myself. And if somebody can't respect that, or they think, that time that I have to myself, oh, you're cheating on me or something, I'll be like, you know what? No, I'm not, but fuck you. I'm out of here. Now, I'm not talking about crazy time to myself like that guy that was seeing, bought a house with, and all that shit with the woman that my wife knows, who actually was married, and the time he was getting to himself was spending time between two motherfucking homes because he was a jackass. You know, I need to be able to get out, go to the gym, play golf, leave me the fuck alone for a little while. I mean, that's why I don't think it's a healthy relationship with my. All right, let's see what that was. Gregor's man, thank you for the follow. How's it going today? I don't think it's a I don't think it's a healthy relationship where, with him and his girlfriend, everything is Jesus Christ. He can't even come and visit his mom and dad without being texted every 2 minutes from her. And I'm like, I'm just like, son, turn the motherfucking phone off. You can talk to her when you get home. I mean, that is just clingy as fuck. I wouldn't be able to deal with that shit. The minute it would be like, why didn't you answer my text? I texted you 45 times over an hour. It's like, because I was doing something. But, all right, bye. That's just, that's just fucking psycho. You know what I mean? So, Gregors, you may want to go over and follow my YouTube channel because Thursday's my last day here on Twitch. Ash, I can't type it. Do you want to type the YouTube thing for me? Because it won't let me leave this screen while I've got a line going. What I am working on, we had already built this map out when I had first gotten Dungeondraft, right? This is level 12 of Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Um, and I'm rebuilding it because the original map actually goes over like 800 pixels over the 8192 pixel limit on integrated graphics cards, where that your players can't view the map. They'll get graphics errors. So I'm rebuilding it so it falls well within those parameters that they'll be able to see the map now. Plus, I'm building it so it looks better because we used, the first map we did wasn't awesome. I mean, it was good, but it wasn't awesome. So we're doing a rebuild so that it works and it looks better. It's not a VTT. So what you're going to have an issue with is any image that you put forward to to somebody's PC, or if they download it, like your Mac users, stuff like that. If they have integrated Intel HD 6000 graphics, it has a built-in pixel limit of 8,192 pixels. So if they pull down a picture that is 10,000 pixels in either direction, they can't view it. So I have to fix it so that that image on their screen, the data that is downloading to them, is below the pixel limit. And that would be on any virtual tabletop. Now, some of these tabletops, I use Foundry right now. Um, if yeah, that's a problem. You've got to work with what your players have, and you can't make a huge map and then your players can't see it, and you're like, well, you need to get a better PC. That's just not going to work. You know what I mean? So I'm going in. I redid a lot of the maps just because I didn't like how they looked, and we could do better. So we did a redo of probably about a half a dozen maps. We've done all 23, but we've kind of evolved how we do our maps since we started doing them, so they look nicer. Um, and I mean, I could do this one simpler without cutting around these things and just draw walls, but I want the mountain background to be show that those are pillars, parts of the mountain. Um, I could do it so it would take less time than what I'm taking, but I have a certain way that I really want the map to look. Now, some of the maps, like one map, there was no way for me to resize it down. I think it was level 10. We just did it in Wyrell's Gauntlet. That thing still came in huge. Even when we cropped out as much as we could on the original black and white map that's in the adventure. I think the shortest we could get it was 12,900 on the longest side, and on the shortest side, it was still um, 8,900 pixels, I want to say. So I actually broke that down into three maps, and I used the levels mod inside of Foundry that will allow me to create teleportation zones. So, like, they go up the steps that lead into this other section, it pops them on that other map automatically. So they go up the steps, they're automatically on the next zone on the other map, and each one of those maps are now below the 8,000 pixels. Um, and it also means that, some of these maps, if you were to do it like, what was the one in there? Mad Goth's Castle, where you had the little castle and it was all on this one map. Now you could use multi-level tokens to throw them across, or you could even use, I think in Foundry, the four, which I haven't done a map that needs to have all four of these things done yet. But in this map, will need to, there's one called multi-level tokens. There's another called levels, where inside of Foundry, you'll actually create multiple levels on the same playing field. So you'll have like the base here. This one will have this bottom part. Then the other two levels will be just for like the towers, so that when they go up the steps in the towers, they go from one zone, they hit that step, and they're now up on the second level. And they'll be able to go up there and have their combat. Then they'll hit that zone, go up to the next level. Um, and that'll just make it so that, and actually, once they're on that other level, if they look out the window, they'll be able to see down into the existing map down below. Where you can't really do that if you, let me finish tracing this line and I'll show you what I'm talking about. All right, so if you look up here, there are towers on this wall, right? Each one of those towers has a second floor and a roof. And what we're going to do is, you see down here it says ground. Right now it's only ground. What we can do is go into our setup and there, yeah, level settings. So we're going to create another level. We're going to call this first level towers or second level. Okay. We're not going to clone the level. Um, Switch to level on creation. So this level here, we could now start drawing circles, and this would create the second floor of the tower. Then that's our tower roof level. So now we have each one of these levels that we can go to and work on those levels individually. And we can also compare the levels. But what we'll do is each one of those levels will export as a separate map. And that map will have the same size and everything that we have here. And we'll just drop that map on top and they'll just stack. And then, like right here, this is a ladder going up to the second level. Then there's in the middle a ladder going up to the roof. And as they step into those blocks, they'll go to the next level. Or I can set it up so that when they're standing there, I hit something on the map and it moves them up. So they're not just going between levels, going psycho and finding stuff in between. And it's just going to be how I decide to set that up. But, you know, if I were to create this second and third floor for the tower, and each one of these is going to have different populations inside of the second and third floor, I would only be able to use this, and then I'd have to create the stuff for the combat on each of those floors. Where if I do it this way, where I create a second floor map and a third floor map or roof map, I now can, inside of Foundry, populate each of those the way they need to be populated. And the players will be able to move between and encounter who they're supposed to encounter in each one of those layers. Hey, Enforcer, how's it going? Just talking about our plans for this map that we're redoing and how we're going to experiment with levels. I probably got about 2 months before my group gets to this map anyway. All right. How do I want to draw this? I think we're just going to, we'll go around this way. I'm hoping to get the basic layout of this done today. At this pace, I don't know. See, the first map we did, it went really quickly because we used the cave drawing tool, which basically just uses, I really hate the assets, the textures, the walls of the cave drawing tool. There's no changing them. Um, and that's why anything that's like a cave or something like that, it is taking us a lot longer to build them out, but in the end, they'll look a lot nicer. Um, so, yeah, I have to fix that. And that. I keep hitting the freaking space button late. Yeah, but Ash, yeah, back to my son and his freaking girlfriend. They took, and I have air quotes is the only thing that really works for this. They took a break, like it was last year, right? Had this stupid massive fight because she's just psycho clingy, and also has to like control everything in the relationship, and so they take a break. Well, during that break, she would not fucking leave him alone. Just constant texting. It wasn't even a break. It was like every motherfucking day. Text, 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 text. He'd be sitting out there with me while we're sitting out watching TV or talking because, he's upset and it's like ding, ding, ding. It's like, son, just turn your motherfucking phone off. And he just wouldn't do it. And it's one of those things. I'm just like, you know what? I say to the wife all the time, that is not gonna fucking end pretty. I mean, my wife, she's always respected my personal time. If I'm out playing golf or something, she doesn't sit there. She knows my rule in life. If I'm doing something like that, unless someone's dead, leave me alone for 4 hours. And if they are dead, there's really nothing I can do about it. Let me finish my round. I mean, I can't say I'm a loner, but I need time away from people. And honestly, I think that's good for everybody. Get some time away from people, time to yourself where you can freaking, just detox a little bit from all the bullshit. It's good for you. I mean, when I used to go climbing, sometimes the wife would go and she didn't climb. I mean, she's terrified of heights. When I used to climb, which I did for a long time, till like my body just got too beat up to handle being up there. Um, she would go once in a while, but I don't think she could handle watching. I mean, she knows that we knew people that, didn't come back from climbs. So that was hard for her to deal with. But she let me do it. She's not like, oh, if you don't stop, let me do it. I mean, I'm going to do it the fuck I want. That's just the way it is. But, didn't give me the, if you don't stop, I'm leaving you, because I would have been like, okay. And that's just it. It's important to respect what the other person is important to it. In other words, you use pro and everything like that. You're not doing solo and shit. One of my friends did a lot of solo climbing, and that's what killed him. And when I say pro, I mean protection. If you're really familiar with climbing, I used to travel all over the place and climb. I'd schedule vacations around climbs, like going out and climbing El Cap and stuff like that. Oh, you bouldering. That's bouldering. Yeah, it's bouldering. Free climbing is like when I'd climb El Cap, and you got like a bunch of stuff on your belt. You climb up, you place protection. You're either climbing a bolted climb or maybe a crack, and you're placing cams and stuff like that in there. Then you clip and you keep going. That's free climbing. Solo climbing is climbing without any gear, no rope, no nothing. You fall 2,000 feet and you fucking die. Now that's soloing. And if you're just doing it on, where you can fall on a mat 10, 15 feet because you're on a boulder or something like that, then yeah, that's bouldering. Shit. I didn't mean to close that in, but I guess we're closing that one in. Fuck. I mean, you're not doing 1,000 foot face without pro, right? And I know guys that did that. In my opinion, like doing a big ass climb like that without pro, that's just the ultimate act of stupidity. I'd prefer to have a higher chance of coming home. Yeah, like I said, if you're just doing boulders, where see, there's difference. You have different types of rope climbing. You have top roping, right? And top roping is you hook up, you anchor, and you've got guy belaying on the bottom, and you climb up. Basically, the rope's going like that. And there, free climbing is you climbing up free, placing protection, and that guy's belaying you. Yeah, when you free climb, you still have a belayer. And if you're going like 40 feet up, you're probably exceeding bouldering and you're soloing at that point. One of the guys I know, he died right after I moved down here. He was on a 60-foot face and peeled off right near the top. They found him folded in half a day or two later. Well, all climbing, it's up to you to find your next hand or foothold. It's just whether or not you're roped in and, you know, if your belayer's paying attention, you don't get hurt. And if your belayer doesn't pay attention, you need a new person on the end of your rope. Forget where the area was in West Virginia. We went down there and crack climbed for a weekend. That was a long time ago. And back then, I was still living in Maryland. We had a basement and all had a big ass gym down there. And part of what I put in, other than like all the free weight equipment that I had, um, because I climbed so much, I had boards with like different holds on them to practice doing pull ups on. Like it got to the point where I had one board that had quarters and half dollars nailed on those. So you practice, just on your fingertips doing pull ups like you're pulling a flake on a face. Basically just holding on like that. Shit, I keep doing that. We'll make the wall correct. I miss doing that shit, but I do and I don't. I stopped big wall climbing and stuff like that. When we had our first kid. I'd still go to like climbing gym once in a while after we had them, and I'd still do some working out on it. But as time went on, did other stuff. And then my son, he was like he saw my gear and stuff, and he wanted to go and climb, and oh my god, he didn't even get 3 feet before he started freaking out. I think what freaked my wife out the most was when I jumped for a hold on one climb, and I'm basically hanging by 2 fingers because that's what the hold was, and the rest of my body's hanging down because I jumped, from a wall instead of trying to go under the underhang. I just jumped to the hold that I knew was there. She's like, "You're crazy! I can't watch this." So I'm like 150 feet up. I'm fine. I'm just hanging out. Fun times. What's going on here? There it is. I think it's set up like there's a screen in between right now. Yeah, like I said, that's what I had stuff set up in my gym for. Practice pulling flakes and stuff like that. I think we have the floor laid out. Holy freaking crap. Now we've got to start laying in the walls. I think what we'll do is fill the voids in first. And this is going to be one mega run here, which is going to suck. This is going to really suck. All right, let's pick our cave wall. Ooh. Oh, man. That would be good, but I really need to be able to color that. Not for the stone wall, but for the castle. Nothing wrong with crazy. I've done plenty of crazy. Do we want to do the rock wall? Let's take a look. That's thick. We're going to turn the shadow off. We don't like thick. Not for the walls. Trying to find something that makes us happy here. Yep. What about this? It's not perfect, but I think we're going to use it. I can't I can't take running anymore. My knees just say, "Nah, you're not doing that shit. Your running days are fucking done." And I say, I agree. You make enough bad life choices, your body lets you know that. I did I started back working out after that long fucking layoff over the last close to 2 years when I injured my back. And did my first leg workout Friday. And I'd gotten something instead of just doing straight squats. And I was actually shocked. I had zero knee pain using the equipment that I picked up. So that's probably the first time in a decade where I've done a leg workout without knee pain. Like I said, though, your body is not going to be forgiving when you abuse it. I mean, I used to train like I was just out of my fucking mind, but I'm just too old for that at this point. Doing double splits, working out like an hour and a half each split, working out twice a day, basically 3 hours a day. I can't do that shit. Oh, girl weak, man better. Let me take a look. I'm gonna have to drop my daughter off at school. I'm just waiting for the knock on the door. And it's another reason I don't want to start a long wall run in this. All right, I'll be about 12 minutes, I'm thinking, because when I get back, I'm going to throw down some protein. But I'll be back, and we'll keep working on this map. We're just going to throw up our be right back screen. It was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking. Spy plane is standing overhead.
Die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. That was the first.
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
His head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been the nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is standing overhead.
Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you got to tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought, Chan. Hold on. You're mine! Oh! Ah. Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is...
Ah, it was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking. Spy plane is there overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. That was the first.
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been the nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is still overhead.
Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Ah, yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought, channel. Hold on. You're mine! Oh! Ah. That's it! Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is...
Ah, it was worth it.
Secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
available for tasking.
Spy plane is standing overhead.
Die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. That was the first.
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
His head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is standing overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought, champ. Hold on. You're mine. Oh! Ah. That's it. Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is.
It was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is standing overhead.
Die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're full ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been the nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
I think that's the wrong one. Let me see. Nope, it's right. Why did that come on? Let's turn that off. We're back. How's it going, Tal? Dirty 20 Live, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. I've done all the levels. I had to come in and redo. This is level 12. The map was a little too big. So I'm redoing this one and making it look nicer than the original that I did. Because the original was, I think, 8,900 high, so my two Mac players wouldn't be able to view the map. No, I have not played A Creeping Darkness. So we're redoing this one, and I'll probably take a little Dungeondraft break, and I have a feeling this map will be today and tomorrow to get to completion. But once we're done with this, we're going to go back to messing with Tailspire and see about mapping out all of Lost Mine of Phandelver using Tailspire. Using something simple to shit. You know what? This is a small run. Let's do that one right. But doing something simple in Tailspire to really get used to using that for 3D mapping. No, we have all 23 levels done, and was it last week when I redid level 10 because even when I cropped out as much of the white space on the original black and white map that's in the adventure, it was still, I mean, Wyrell's Gauntlet is probably the biggest map in this campaign. And that came out at 12,900 pixels on the longest side. And that's well above. How am I finding Mad Mage so far? We've been in it for 2 years, so, and they're only on level 10. But we only play 2 hours, 2 hours every Wednesday. So, it takes a while, especially my group tends to crawl, and that's just the way it is. I'm fine with that. They are level completionists. This level they probably won't complete because they've kind of made a peace pact with the faction that's there, um, to be able to get through the level, which is a new thing for them. We had a player in the party who they would have just gone in and started the fight, and then the group would have gotten wiped, especially where they are. And you know, problem players will be problem players. But we actually did Waterdeep first, for their levels 1 through 5, and that was fun. There was some stuff in there was a lot of fun, like the chase scene, the roof chase scene, stuff like that. All right, so I kind of you don't have to do this, but this will make it. Yeah, that's Mad Castle with the shrunken castle in it. See, they're having fun with the dungeon crawl. They're going through. Um, they're having more fun that we got rid of our problem player, but yeah, that's a whole nother story I won't even go into. Um, and I said something about changing, and it was funny because, well, I guess to me it was funny. I was going to the dermatologist. I mean, skin cancer runs in the family. I've had 11 cut off. Fortunately, none have been like anything that's going to kill me. But I've got a lot of lovely scars from it. And I had something here that was really had me concerned. And they were like, "Well, you can't die until we finish this adventure." And I'm like, "That could be 2, 3 years down the road." They're like, "Yeah, you can't go." So they're dedicated to finishing this, even if it means that, I would have to be in the hospital DMing them. But, everything turned out fine with that. But I thought that was funny. But a lot of it comes down to, I mean, we have a lot of fun on Wednesdays. Um, that group has gone through some really stupid shit because they can't make saving throws. At one point, and I just let it go. Fortunately, we never, the players, before something happened that took care of it, the players never got to where they actually turned. But, the werewolf did turn. She failed that saving throw. Um, and, oh shit, I need to fix this, don't I? No, I don't. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Um, and then two of them made failed saves on freaking were rats. So I would have had a werewolf and two were rats. Plus, oh my god, they can't make a single save. The how many of the players got taken over by intellect of ours? Two or three. So they the players that had all this shit going on died, and I made sure that they got the appropriate resurrection that got rid of all the shit going on. So I finally got the group cleaned up, and I'm just like, please start making saving throws. I mean, when I first started playing D&D way back in the day, right? And we'll get to what my idea is for your race and character, and you don't have to do it. But when I started playing D&D back in the day, this was like first edition. Um, a lot of the stuff that was out there was like settings rather than adventures. So I think a lot of the people that DM'd it ended up just being, you know, them writing a story that basically involved everybody going to a dungeon and dungeon crawling all the time. And that seemed to be with every group I played with back then. You know, we always ended up in fucking dungeons and dungeon crawling. And then it evolved over the years. But you know, I don't really have a distaste for running or playing a dungeon crawl, but I will admit something like this where you're coming on a couple years down the road and you're not even shit, not even close to being done. It's just like, oh my God, when will this end? I will admit I would probably not run Mad Mage again for another group once I'm done this. But you know, it's been a fun run. Once is enough. And I really couldn't go in and play it because I've run it. So, you know, I'll know where everything is if I were to ever go in and play. And even, and, you know, as a player, I always understand player knowledge isn't character knowledge. So I wouldn't let that interfere with the game. But it also takes away the discovery of actually playing it. So it's another thing. I generally would, I'll never play in a campaign that I've run. All right, so let's fix this. This may or may not be enough room for them to go down, but it's a dead end. I mean, Ash, when I used to, I mean, it doesn't get much dumber than this, but when I used to instruct, you know, you'd have people come in because and think because they're 6'3" or something, you know, and here I am, I'm the instructor there. They're like, "Oh, I can take you." That's just a really fucking bad move. And, you know, I put a few people on the floor because, you know, you can't have that shit in your dojo. Dojang, depending on your what you're studying. All right, so Tal, what I kind of had in mind, and you don't have to do it, you know, it's your character, you run what you want, but what'll make it really easy and probably work well with where they are as well as several levels that you're going to. Um, if you're going to run as a paladin, um, perhaps a drow paladin of Illustray, Illustraya, whatever, however you pronounce her name. I always fuck that one up. And that'll give reason for the people there to say, this guy's going to go with you, and he annoys us, because they're or they're Loth worshippers. He annoys us. If he dies, that's fine. If he doesn't, he can stay with you. We don't want him anymore. Instead of having to go in and have you found somewhere all fucked up and having to be rescued. Because this deep down, a lone adventure wouldn't make it down very far. You know what I mean? So if you want to go with that, that'll make pulling you into the group real easy. If there's something else you want to do, that's fine too. But that'll also take care of the need for, they really need a paladin or somebody to stand up front and get beat on, because their monk pretends to be a tank and he's fucking dies all the time. He always walks out with like everything broken. This void I can't do. That's part of the long external line. And I hate long external lines. And they could even find you sitting there worshiping in the temple that happens to be on this level to that god. Unfortunately, you don't have to suffer any negative impacts of being a drow, since everything is underground for the duration of this stupid campaign. Come on, there we go. But let me know if that's, you want to do something else. It's all good. Where? This is going to be the nightmare of this map. Yeah, with her in mind, she's what? Goddess of beauty, all this kind of stuff. Swords. She's just like the opposite of her mother, Lolth. Yep. And I'll say, because you're not a cleric, you're a paladin, there doesn't have to be any naked dancing. I know that's big when they talk in the descriptions of freaking Elistray, because the clerics, they'll do like a monthly ritual where they go out and find a beast that's terrorizing people, and they'll just take their sword and their bare ass and go fight it. It's either monthly or once a year or something like that. It's just fucking crazy. Yeah, that would work. But it's only the clerics that have to do that. Yeah, you read up on her and it's just like, that's just fucking warped. We didn't leave this voided. How did I manage to do that? Was I in screw it mode when I was drawing this? I might have been. I get in screw it mode once in a while. your ex's brother. Well, I mean, the drow over the years have uh, gotten a little bit better. I mean, you got to remember it. My personal opinion is, when they were first introduced in first edition, I'm gonna go ahead and say there's a bit of a racist element to it. Um, Now it's just, they're these evil people, and there happen to be some that are good, so they went ahead and did the what's it, the dark, I forget what the pantheon is called, where the drow who refuse to follow, the pantheon of non-Lolth followers, and the fact that they brought in the chaotic good one kind of helped. But that was well after, a lot of the original stuff where it was like, oh, dark elves evil. It's like, I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I always felt there was just like a racist element to that shit. Salvatore, yeah. I mean, I've always liked the drow as a race. I mean, I've talked to people about that before, when they're making wanting to make race choices and stuff like that, and I'm like, well, if you're playing like this race or that race in a human centric city, I mean, there's a good chance that they're not going to react well to you. It's like the three keen. Um, you know, Humans aren't going to like the idea of a giant cockroach walking around their city, so they're not really going to be nice to you, and they just look at you like spiders are coming out of your mouth. But I mean, it is human nature to be fucking pieces of shit to anybody that or anything that's different. It's just, it's unfortunately it's the way we're wired. Some of us sit there and realize that the shit that we hear out of people is wrong, and others, they grow up around it and they become clones of their parents. Um, that's a good question. I think they're 11. Let me double check. And I want you to set it up. I'll send you a link to the campaign. Let me look at that real quick and I'll send it to you. I'm going to send that to you in Discord. Hold on one second. All right, so there's that. Yeah, it's level 11. I've played a lot of Drow over the years, and you know, you don't have to be anything like Drist. I've played Evil Drow. I've played Neutral Drow. I mean, I've played a lot of races. I do tend, I mean, personally, there's some things that I'll never play. I never play a Furbog or, you know, any of the furry races, anything like that. Um, a lot of times, you know, if I'm doing a campaign where it's my own stuff, I'll stick with what I can. Shit. Tell you what, we're gonna do this and try to make it so they'll be able to actually walk in here because I want to create a teleport point in here so they can go through there. That means we have to push this out. You know what? We're not going to push that out. We're going to just create another bit of stuff in here. It's not like anybody's going to know the difference, are they? There. And that's the thing. When they draw their maps, they don't take into account things like walls take up volume. So when you're drawing the walls in, a lot of times you've got to go outside and hope that that inside line of the wall fits in there. I really don't think the people that make these maps are cartographers. All right, so we're going to take this inside a little bit. A lot of this will end up rounding itself out. I'm hoping it touches it. We'll end up pulling the trace image off just to double check. Oh shit. I thought I was putting a wall in. That was stupid. There we go. Let's try that again. But yeah, I've been known to restrict races to like, especially based on setting. To something that makes sense within that setting. I saw somebody posting yesterday, you know, they wanted they couldn't find a campaign because nobody would wanted to run with their Minotaur fighter. And it's like, perhaps nobody's running a Ravnica campaign. So it doesn't make any fucking sense for that race to even be in there. So why not, instead of, here's my suggestion to players, instead of trying to shoehorn something you want to play in, see what fits inside of the campaign you're playing in. And if you're not able to find something that fits this thing that you feel like you have to play, then perhaps you need to be the one that becomes flexible and play something else. Because let's be honest, I don't think there are that many people running a campaign in a Ravnica setting. Yeah. And and here's the thing, I'll tell you straight up. Don't If you want to do a quickie paragraph backstory, that's cool, but I don't worry about backstory, especially in something like, I mean, this was our Adventurers League game, that we played in the store. And now we're playing online permanently because, I think everybody's pretty much like me. We don't feel like having to put pants on to go play D&D anymore. Um, I mean, in something like a dungeon crawl, there aren't that many options, especially a pre-written campaign. Nothing's really going to change in a pre-written like this, where you're just going level to level, hoping to eventually make it to the big bad guy and survive. And that's what campaigns like this are. Um, and I'm not going to take the time to modify a campaign like that to fit around somebody's backstory or something like that. And to be honest, when I had time to write campaigns, I would write a campaign and then tell people this is the setting you need to work within. I don't change my setting to fit characters or players. Those characters need to be, and that's just my DM style, they need to be built within that campaign setting. That's probably, especially considering where you live, that's the wrong time to realize you don't have pants on. Ash. My wife laughs because on the weekend I'll get mad if I have to put pants on to go out or something now. I'm also annoyed when I go out driving because I miss, early pandemic driving where it's just you and two other cars on the road. My God, that was the best thing ever. I admit, I truly miss going out on the road and it's like driving at 6 in the morning on Sunday. Nobody out. I need to take a look at this. I feel like that's going to have some space there. Yep. See that? And when we're done doing this, we're going to have to double check that there aren't any zones like that that I need to fix. But I try to cut these inside as much as I can because it does save a little space for the players to be able to walk. Like I said, I get a little frustrated because the guys that make these maps do not even think about, maybe somebody's going to redo the map and, walls have volume. And that's no small thing, volume and walls. And if I were to go along here and here, no one in the history of ever, no character would be able to make it through there. At least their tokens on a virtual tabletop wouldn't. Well, it depends. I mean, some of the rock wall options that I have compared to this are really freaking thick. And it becomes problematic, especially in these tight spaces like we're seeing here. And when I'm working in Tailspire, that's it's even more pronounced because of the thickness of the walls in that. I mean, they're basically half a tile wide. So, the walls in that take up about 2.5 feet. So you have to adjust your entire map when you're creating it and add buffers in there. Now, I wish they would make some thinner walls that maybe would only take up a quarter of a tile. But even that is probably too thick for the way these maps are originally drawn. I will give credit on some of the D&D maps. What was the one we did where the bathhouse. I mean, there were multiple pillars in there for support of the roof. I'll give them credit. They actually had like structural supports and stuff in there. Gave the impression of load-bearing walls, things like that. Flying buttresses. Sounds like a warehouse that's like way too expensive on its building costs. Made by dwarves. Flying buttress. My brain just segued to there was a company that was out years ago called Zevo Golf, and they made probably what was one of the coolest looking irons with the way the back was, called the Flying Buttress. They don't make, they ended up not doing well because the design was um, not what golfers were used to seeing. I actually had a pair, and they were a nice set of irons, but you know, I I I was a golfer that played with blades, and I didn't really like the thick top line, but they were a really cool concept. Yeah, let's see. I don't even know if you'll be able to find them. Yeah, that was what 2003. They lasted about a year, and then Golfsmith bought them out, and then Golfsmith died. Yeah, they had this little thing, and it was a gap between that and the faceplate. They looked cool. They were a bitch to clean out that back though. It was kind of funny in the campaign, Tal. There was one point where we were missing a player, and it was just casters that were in there that night, and we're missing two players. And I told this is when we still had five. The three of them that showed up, there are three casters. I'm like, look, if you guys survive, I'll give you all a magic item. Or, and it's one of the rare times where I went in, I random rolled, and everybody got something. I rolled on the table, didn't give them anything awesome. You know what I mean? But everybody got something, and I made sure it kind of fit their character. It was more of a novelty item than, hey, you're getting this awesome magic item. I don't think I've ever heard players get so excited over getting some of the dumbest magic items that I could hand out, but they really were excited. But it was funny because, when we started, they're like, you know what? If we all die, one guy said, we should re-roll all of our characters as Drow. And fortunately, they survived. We didn't have to have a party made up entirely of Drow. But I was really shocked when he's like, if we die, let's all roll Drow. And somebody got a ring of how did they get? There's a ring of water walking. The one guy, all he really wanted the whole campaign was a bag of holding. It's like the only magic item he wanted. I'm like, you know what? You've been pestering me for a bag of holding. I'm not even going to roll. You get a bag of holding. Yes. But it's like whenever you do something like that, you never know what's going to get your players excited. You can do something really stupid, and it just makes them really happy. And I don't mind doing stuff like that because it's not game breaking. I'm not giving the paladin a holy avenger. You know what I mean? It's like you're throwing them that fucking rawhide treat to the puppy, and they're just so excited. I mean, I was talking about this earlier. I think, in all honesty, it's so easy to, you can't really generate a truly broken class in 5e. I mean, there's some that you can do that it does get silly, but the thing that can break the game is giving out the wrong magic items. And the characters, in all honesty, let's be blunt. I mean, that monk, he doesn't need a magic item. All of his weapons and everything become magic at a certain level. There's all these things that your classes are going to get you that negate the true need for having magic items, other than maybe getting an extra plus. Um, I just don't see the need in 5e to give out a ton of magic items. If every player has one or two by the end of a campaign, that's more than enough. And I think that's the reason, if you look through pre-written adventures, I mean, the magic items are far and few between. And they know that the thing that can be game breaking is giving out too many stupid items to people. Exactly. I mean, they were thrilled with the bag of holding because, I do play carry weight and I do play encumbrance. So, you know, you can't carry 250 pounds of gear without suffering some type of encumbrance. It's just the way it is. And the program calculates that shit in when you're calculating all the gear weight. So now they can just sit there and go, oh, we're throwing the shit in there. And it saved them from being encumbered all the time. And I didn't have a problem with that. It's just, players need to realize, yeah, encumbrance is a thing. I think this is all an internal line here. Let's take a look. That's a long internal line. Let's get the small ones done. honestly, once we get these walls done, the rest of this build will be easy. These freaking cave builds are just such a royal pain in the butt. Oh, Tal, I saw your post in the Forgotten Adventures Discord, and I had to chuckle at like all the DMs who were like, "I'd never think about charging for a game." You know, even after you were explaining, you know, what your thinking and stuff was and what you were doing, it's like there are plenty of DMs for hire out there, dude. The only thing that's kept me from doing that is I feel like, you know, once you go to the DM for hire, then the players are going to have a sense of entitlement that they can do whatever they want. And that goes against my DM style and ethos, period. So that's what would keep me from even thinking about doing it. Did I fuck up here? I think I did. No, I didn't fuck up here. That's just a really long wall. All right. You know, people think if they're paying for something, that means that they're going to be able to, I can do or play however I want. And the reality of it is, you got to watch out and probably vet your players and establish, you're still going to have to establish ground rules. I mean, if you have a problem with somebody coming in and let's give some examples like the public play events that I've thrown people out of. The guy that decided that he wanted to play a rapey character and sat there and said, well, I threw a gold piece on the table, you know, after he goes through it. And so it's not rape, they're a prostitute. And I said, you've got 30 seconds to pack your shit and leave, or I'm going to fucking kill you. And, you know, you get that type of player in there, they're going to think possibly that they're entitled to behave like that. And, you know, you got to be careful. I don't, I don't allow it at all in my games. You know, number one, you know, when somebody's doing something like that, you don't know if perhaps that young lady sitting at the table might have been assaulted sometime in her life. You know, you don't know what's going on. And no matter what, it's not appropriate whether or not someone's gone through that. There's no place for that kind of stupid shit at a table. But there are still wastes of flesh, that's as nicely as I'm going to put it, who think they should be able to do that. So, I mean, you're going to have to be cautious and establish ground rules, you know. You need to say, you know, paying for play does not mean aberrant behavior is going to be tolerated. You will be kicked from the game. And you will not be refunded for the session. So, I've just seen way too much shit over the years running a lot of fucking public events that make me wary. Oh, shit. The thing is, public play events can be fun, and they can also be fucking cancer. I mean, stuff like that happens at a table that I'm running, or when I'm organizing an event. I am, you know, I'm not going to be anywhere near nice, understanding, giving second chances, or anything else. You're going to be out of there one way or another. I had somebody sit down at the table one time, and they'd gotten kicked off another table, and that DM didn't tell me. But they sit down at my table, and they wanted to play a 12-year-old kid, and their friend was with them, and they're playing an adult. And these fuckers wanted to play this like pedophile relationship out at the table. And I'm like, the minute they started telling what their backstory was, I said, that's not getting played at my table. They're like, but. I said, no, it's not getting played at my table. It's not getting played at this store. Reroll another character or get the fuck out and don't come back. They got the fuck out and didn't come back. Fortunately, we didn't get into having to listen to everything. They were telling us the backstory, and I'm like, yeah, that's just not fucking happening. Creeping darkness. Mean locks? Not sure that I do. This is when, if I'm being honest, the tablet probably works better. Yeah, I mean, I probably haven't run into them very often. Oh my God, this is a long, long line. Turn them into another mean lock. Oh, and I tell you what, Tal, I've talked about this before, I think in one of my videos, but there is a background that you need to make sure you're very careful about whether or not you allow players to use it. I think it's on the Outlander, and it basically comes down to, your goal is to spread your seed. So that's one that I always ban in every campaign because that was the justification that Mr. Rapey Dude used for doing that. And I've never seen somebody that wasn't just a total neck-bearded piece of shit that used that. Yeah, normal people don't pick that. That's basically what I came to realize was the rapey background that never should have been put in the game. Yeah, man, you just got to question the people that write that shit. It's like, which fucking asshole thought that would be a good idea? And why has it never been appended out of the fucking book? Go ahead and make an errata. Make a new fucking background so DMs don't have to deal with kicking assholes out of the fucking place. And a lot of the times, that stuff is allowed to go on not because, the DM thinks it's funny, cool, or right. I think a lot of times they just don't know how to deal with or want to have to have any type of conflict with somebody like that. And let's be honest, we shouldn't have to, but you know what? That's the kind of gatekeeping that DMs need to do is keep the assholes off the tables. You need to make it a safe environment for everybody to play at. And you know what? There are people that need to be gate kept out of the fucking game. Some antisocial loser who thinks that they should be able to role play rape in front of people. They don't need to be sitting there playing. There is no right to play. So yeah, in that manner, I'm a gatekeeper when I play. I keep fucking people who should not be sitting there making other people uncomfortable out of the game. This is going to be way too thin for anybody to walk through. And I'm going to have like 3 sections that I hit that spacebar too late. going to need to repair. Oh my God. This isn't even the worst line that we're gonna have. I might end up after this one flipping it over and using the tablet. Getting close. They do. They suck bad. I'm gonna have to make sure the tablet settings are set up right. I haven't used it for a while. Last few maps we've done have been all constructed maps, not stuff like this. And this one I figured using the mouse and the curves would make it a little less horrible. But I feel like using the stylus and curves will make it a lot less horrible. I've got like 4 of those messed up spaces in here now. There's another one. That's one thing, using the stylus, if I do the way I used to do it, the curves are not as clean, but I don't have an oh fuck moment. I think I'm just going to have to see if I have a shift key set on there. And if I do, then we should be good. Look at that. That is going to be so narrow. Not even 5 feet. And there's not much I can do about that. Well, that's the problem. Once you come in and you end a wall, and then you start a new one, instead of, blending like it does naturally, when you do it as one continuous line, um, you've got to hope that you can get those ends to look clean. In all honesty, it might be a good place to put like a random rock or something just to block the line of sight so the players don't see how sloppy it looks. I mean, I was saying earlier, it's one of the reasons that I still contemplate pulling in brushes and textures into Clip Studio Paint and maybe using that to create maps eventually. Shit. Instead of doing it this way. Number one, I mean, the brushes will be cleaner than and smoother than some of the brush options in here. All right, so let's find our couple of damn it points and fix them. And the only real way to make sure that we find them is to do this. We're looking for this peeking through on the edges. Maybe we got lucky. Right there, there's a damn it point. Tell you what. think some of them didn't end up being as bad as I thought they were going to be. The walls took care of themselves. Let's see if this messes anything up. We're going to plug this in. It didn't like that. Hopefully our voice is still synced up. We'll see. Sometimes you do something like that. You change a minor setting and the voice will go out of sync. It was really bad on XSplit. Any scene changes, or when I would go in and come on, where is it? That goes across there. That doesn't go down there. There it is. I need to identify my monitors real quick. So they're lined up properly. I'm going to see if I can pull this down. And let me set it up so it's actually pulling in the software instead of the monitor. So we'll apply that. We just shifted all our monitors. I think it's working right still. Holler if we're not in sync, if I'm like a bad Chinese kung fu movie speaking here. All right, so now we can move Dungeondraft down to this, and you won't even see it happening. Or you will. There we go. I got to find my pen, and let's hope this works. This is when you know you haven't used it in a while. You're like, where the hell's my pen? Rearranging on here. There's the holder. It's not it. I had to rerun some cables, and I think I moved it. I don't know where. Not there. Best laid plans, right? Let's get this out of the way. I'll be right back. It was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is there overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. That was the first.
We're full ahead.
Alright. It was camouflaged. I mean, it's dark in here, and it was sitting... This was sitting right up against the monitor where that black line is, and my brain wasn't seeing it. It was kind of funny. Alright, let's see if this is going to work. Oh, shit. What did I just move? Alright. Obviously, it's working. My tablet has a feature on it, and this is where it gets a little goofy. Watch, I'm gonna use this to zoom. Sometimes it just doesn't work right. So I need to see. Let me pull up my pen tablet software real quick. I know I've got hotkeys set. Let's see. Like I said, it's been a while since we've used this damn thing. Let's see. So that works like that. Okay, so it's a shift key that I don't have on here. So let me set this. So let's see if that works. There to there. There's our curve. Awesome. Which tablet did you try to use? Yeah, I'm using a XP pen. And what you'll find is you're going to have to mess with the like Windows Ink settings and stuff like that to make it work. But once you get it working, I mean, in all honesty, this can go so much quicker than with a mouse. And one of the main reasons I've been using the mouse and keyboard on this is just because working on that 27-inch monitor is easier on the eyes than working on this 15.6. You know what I mean? One of these days I'm really tempted to pick up oh, okay. See, mine's a built-in display. Now, I also have an old Wacom tablet that, you know, it's work on the tablet and watch the screen. What I'd really like is an arm on my desk and like a 22-inch graphic tablet to work on. That would be ideal. Yeah, I know. But that is eventually my dream setup for all this. And I may eventually experiment with putting the Wacom back on there, have that here, and just get used to that disconnect. You know, of drawing on the tablet and looking at the screen. But it's been such a long time since I messed with it like that, instead of having a graphic display tablet. Where's that piece that I screwed up? I mean, if it's not massively evident, then I won't fix it. We're good. I mean, this is the other way you can do it. This is the way I've always done them. Instead of worrying about the curve. And honestly, on walls, it probably works fine. And this is the kind of stuff you don't have to do on a damned squared off map. Worry about stupid stuff like this. But even with all this tapping, we're going quicker than we were with the mouse. I have the feeling they fixed something, because before, when I would use this zoom wheel, it's one of the reasons I kind of got a little frustrated using it. When I used the zoom wheel on the tablet, the background image, the trace image, would kind of stay the size it was, and my drawing would be the only thing that would zoom in. Now, we're not having it show up as like weird artifacts in the back. I think they fixed something on it with the last update. Perhaps. Like I said, I kind of like doing it like this because nothing beats the precision of using it like a pen. Zoom out, see if there are any other internal voids we need to wall in. I am trying to avoid that long outside line like the fucking plague. Oh God. So yeah, I think we're down to one really long line. See if we can do this without screwing up. My wife's eating lunch and I just heard, you want a cookie? That's why whenever she eats lunch, Thor gets really upset that he's in here. Because she gives them all, she says a cookie, but it's, it's just a dog treat shaped like a cookie. And they love the cookies. I mean, what dog doesn't love the cookies? Let's face it. My pups are overly spoiled. Went out yesterday. I picked up a roast. I'm going to throw that on the barbecue probably today or tomorrow when I run out of the other stuff that I've been putting on, mixing in with their dinner. So they'll have some roast beef sliced real thin and chopped up, and I throw that in there. I know we're cutting off the top of our head here. Once we get past this thing, we'll be able to get in there. We will use the curves for that fortress in the middle that we need to build. I mean, that's what it really takes a lot to get used to that disconnect with the old tablets. Um, while you're tapping down here and looking up at a screen. And I've always been a traditional format type of artist. Pen, paper, brush and paint, stuff like that on canvas. So I was never really enthusiastic about moving over to digital art until I was able to get a display tablet. And I'm going to readily admit, not having to have solvents for cleaning your brushes and all the stuff that you have to do, it's really nice. Not having to have a room filled with easels and paints and all the stuff that I had in here. Because I'd always be working on like multiple things at the same time. I hate these long lines. They turn into, some of these turn into like 10, 15-minute lines. And like you were saying, it would be really nice to be able to end the line and then have an ability to blend the new one in without having to do something stupid. Like add a rock. Hey Baron, how's it going? We are just drawing the never-ending wall. I hate perimeter walls. With a passion. I think what we're going to do here is split the difference. That'll be our secret door. And then we'll have the wall intersect on that one. Glad to hear it. Oh, man. Thank you. My hand doesn't feel good. Oh, my God. Never-ending walls. Whose bright idea was it to redo this map? I know, it was mine. I was really unhappy with the original. And then the fact that my players wouldn't be able to view it. 2 of them. I'm like, all right, let's go ahead and redo this thing. I admit I actually had fun redoing level 10 because we got to experiment with multi-level tokens sending between scenes. The fact that it works perfectly made me very happy. And then this map, I think really what made me decide to go ahead and redo it was, again, you know, using multi-level tokens to travel between some of these zones and setting up those towers so that they will actually be able to travel from level to level, look out the windows, still look down below. It'll be really cool. Yeah, I'm going to have to go through that with this. Like I said, I've got several months before the group get to this. I'm not even going to say it. I was about to say I'm almost tempted to go in and redo level 23, the Mad Mage level, and make it so that works, but I'm not going to do that. That would be stupid because that map is perfect the way it is. Now, I assume when I import these other parts, I'm going to have to import the PNGs on top of that layer that's going to be on the bottom that'll have all the walls and stuff already built in. Is that correct? A PNG or a WebP file, one of those? But the bottom can come in as a DD to VTT file, correct? Okay. And that's the biggest part of this map. The little towers aren't going to be a big deal. What would be a big deal is if it was 3 levels like this. That would suck. And this thing starts to lure you into thinking you're getting close because we're halfway there, but I think this has a big freaking dip going down through the middle before it comes back up. Once we get these walls in, we'll start doing some of the actually, no, I was going to say we'll do those webs that we're going to use the pipe path for, but I think we're going to try to get the cliff walls in here first. Cliff walls are one of the things that are like bane of my existence on this thing. Mostly because I want them to look good when we're done. One of them made you giggle. Which one is that? That's kind of funny. We're almost there. I saw the end. Holy shit. Let's take a look. Let's make sure there are no other walls that need to be done. There is the one over here. I said we need to do an intersecting line. I didn't think we'd ever finish that. All right. So we need something wide enough for a secret door to work. And the thing is, fuck. that damn button by accident. Secret door is just going to get drawn in your virtual tabletop, not inside this software. I wish there was something in here that we could actually put secret doors in with. That would be nice. But, you know, if you can't take 5 minutes to draw all your secret doors in to prep for a game, I mean, should you even be DMing? Maybe not. So this part here is what's going to be really stupid. So we need to use the path tool. And we need to find the cave cliff. Curious. It's like they took the lip off of it. Does this have the lip? It does. So I'm assuming this is the top portion here. We'll use that one. We need it to grow. And we need it a little wider. Trying to get our width to match this wide part. Let's say at 1 point, let's try that. Maybe. That's pretty good. It does grow very aggressive. What I usually end up doing is bringing it out like that. I'm not super happy with the point, and I'll experiment until see it's like all of a sudden it goes from being rounded. Come on. Let's see if I can get this to pop. So that's a little better. We're going to do that end. And I think if we start here, no. Nope. I want to say we can start about here. into there. I mean, that's not perfect, but we'll be able to make it work. We'll do this so it falls under. I've done that before. It does work well. It's just a matter of, do I want to spend that time? And I'm leaning towards no. I mean, we'll probably multipath around some of these wider parts. And in the past, I've tended to do it that way. This is where it's going to get a little silly. I don't know why I'm twisting while I'm doing this. It's like when I'm playing a video game and dodging, like that's actually going to make a difference, me sitting here dodging in my chair. Oh, look at that shit. I think we can fix it. There we go. So here, we still have it set as under. And this is, you know, I've done it before like this where you use a whole lot of narrow ones. It doesn't look bad when you're done, but there's that. And this one I guess we can start like here. I'm going to pull the trace image off. I want to see if anything's peeking through here. Now the path itself, if we want to, we can kind of do this. Let's see. The fuck happened there? See, that's a problem right there. Yep, the head tilt, the shift, there's all kinds of stuff happening there. That looks better. All right. Now, wall tool. So the issue here is going to be we are not going to be able to have these walls looking exactly like we want to. So there's what, 18. Let's look at area 18. Fortress. Dark Fortress, 100-foot cavern, blah, blah, blah. No light sources. 30-foot tall outer wall and 40-foot high tower walls stand along a fashion from smooth black stone. So we need to see if there is a wall that even remotely looks like smooth black stone. And that's why I pulled this V2 wall in, because when we put this down, that's as close as we're going to get to it. And let's... You know, that's as close as we'll get. So let's undo that. See, there's nothing else here that's going to come out looking like smooth black stone. The crenulated wall, is really what you want. Well, I don't think so, because it would be coming out. Guess it is. I didn't think they were. I think we want to take it down so it's not full black then. Maybe like that. Let's bring it up here. Just a little bit less. I think still just a little bit less. I think we're going to go with that. Yeah, it does transparency. So I think we need to go like there. And that'll get us pretty close. Let's look at the thickness. That needs to be thicker. And we can't make it thicker, can we? Yeah, there does. So I think the first thing we'll do... Do they? But it won't turn into a wall, will it? I don't want to do that. They need to give us the ability to maybe thicken it up a little bit. So I don't believe so. It doesn't say that, it's not parapets. Tops of the walls are tapered and lined with 5-foot tall stone spikes. And then these have the flat roofs for them to look out on. So what I am thinking is this. Let's go with that. Castle crenellations. Yeah, they are a bit of a pain in the ass. So that's a problem. And we have this entire floor, so it's underwater. This building tool should be building on level 1. But it's not. And then for our wall tool, we don't get the option to do the circle. See, it's just not... Why isn't it dropping it where it should? Well, I have this set for below water, but that shouldn't be affecting the pattern itself, I don't think, in the building tool. Let's see. See, it's still not popping. The building tool should always be building on layer 1, but it's not. All right, so this is what we're going to do. The wall tool isn't going to screw us because we can use the space key to create an arc. problem is going to be this is slightly off center. But let's do this. So let's use our pattern shape tool on layer 1. Let's lay down our floor pattern now. And then we'll lay the wall patterns down. All right, so it's called Guess the Circle, right? Ask specifically for what? I wonder if we put this on top like that. Does that now cover it? It does. So we can keep working on that layer for this. So it's roughly here. Shit, did I move that? All right. Now, let's see if we can get this ellipse to work. This oval. And then these are going to be fucking goofy. Right? Kind of like that to that. Shit. And then here, let's see what 18E and F are. 'Stone door with no lock. Sharpening and poisoning their weapons. Guess that's what Drow do in their spare time. Sharpen and pointy and make their weapons poisoned. One Drow to another. Hey Bob, what'd you do this weekend? I sharpened and poisoned my weapons. Me too. What's 18G? A garden slave pen. They don't need floors. Alrighty. So I think now we'll use the wall tool. We're going to test that again just to make sure it's how we want it to look. Looks fine. Alright, so we'll do that as under. I guess what we want to do is this. So it goes there to there. It's not going to be perfect. To there. That one's not bad. This one, the center points are kind of off, aren't they? That's always good. All right, so I want to see if we drop a door on here. Is that going to work? So I think what we need to do there, yeah, we're trying to tickle it, but I think what we need to do, because it's going to do something weird, is this. So let's go to our wall. We'll do edit points. And we're going to create a smooth spot from here to here. So let's see. I think that'll be enough to fit a door. We didn't create that spot enough. The G spot's not big enough. That might be. Oh, you bastard. You bastard. Come on, come on. See, look at that shit. It is just messing with us. Are you kidding me? Watch, let's put it on where it's saying. What the fucking hell is that? And you look at the points, there's nothing out there. There is no reason for that to be acting out. But it's acting like there's spots still here that don't exist. I don't think so. Let's do that and see. No, it's still forcing this. So let's build this wall another way. So what we're going to do is, tell you what, we're going to put a freestanding wall down right here. So this, or door, actually, we're not going to do that. We're going to do this. Let's put the door right there, right? Then and I think before we do that, let's do the same thing with each one of these towers. It's like we're finding new problems, right? New issues. That's why I got rid of the other walls, and then we're gonna do all the walls at the same time if the first one works. You know, I'm not mentally attached to the wall colors on those. Let's put it there. There. Is that right? There. Then I feel like we're gonna have to do the same thing with these. It's turning what, 5 degrees every time? I think we need that like 164, 166, 167. That looks good. That's close. I think the interior walls will be fine because they're straight. And then this one right there. There. I'm hoping this works. Because we're going to have the same problem with the curves on that as well. All right, so let's do our wall. Let's put there. Now, and we'll start it like here, and then we can slide the door in and out as needed. And I'm curious, really I'm curious if, yeah, All right, so I will go here, push that back here, and we're gonna have, I mean, oh, look at that. Is there no light leak? How the fuck did that happen? There's a minor one. See that little strip right there? Little minor strip. And this I should be able to tickle. And I think that works. That works. We'll check the light again. It's perfect. Well, no, it's not perfect. Look at that. We didn't... We've got the floor outside the walls. So we know what we need to do. Now we need to get this so it's on the outside of that wall. But we know we can make it work. So we're going to do a real short section and see how far in we need to be. All right. I'm going to draw all the circles, and then we'll go in and move shit around, adjust points, and get the doors. How are they fucking with us now? Let's see. There. To there. We can go there. And then set that. To get all of our doors set. I tell you what, I think I'm going to move this up to my big screen again. Much easier on the eyes. Then we'll go in here on the wall tool. Edit our points. Oh, dog pill. So I guess that one done. And come on, that one. Let's get this in here. And here. There. I could have put a door down with a door jamb, but the door jambs would not have matched. So I'd rather do it like this. And this overlap just a little bit there. And there. Now let's check our light. And if there's no leakage, there's just that little overlap shadow kind of right here. But you can't see in or out through any cracks. Let's see here. When light leaks out your cracks, yep, that's awful. It's very uncomfortable, isn't it? So there. So line of sight will work perfectly in each of these rooms and outside. Now I'm curious. Let's see, 18 tower serves primary entrance to the fortress. So 18A. Oh, look where we fucked up. Supposed to be a door right there. Let's test and see if it's going to be a bitch. It is. Look at what it did. So we're going to redraw this circle. Because it's being ornery. All right. I think we want that right there. Ornery? I don't know. So I guess let's see. Let's say we do this. We'll start at dead center on this fucking door. We'll go there to there. To there. And then we'll straighten those walls out just a wee bit. Fuck. Good thing we read, though, because this is the gatehouse. Yeah, the cantankerous is, oh, is my general usage of it. Come on. I think that doesn't look bad. Yeah, you'd rather have your druthers. I think we got that under control. So the other issue that we kind of have here, and I don't think we can put anything in here that's going to represent it. These are supposed to be arrow slots, right? And I am positive we don't have like an arrow slot window. Do they? Because I don't remember seeing an arrow slot. Oh, you know they're not going to work though. That's going to be the problem right there. Watch. Let's try and drop it on. It's going to be the same bullshit. And then it doesn't really look right because we can't color them. See, look at that. It doesn't really create an arrow slot. It creates this big ass freaking hole. Let me drop just an arrow slot down and see what that does. I have an idea. I have an idea. So let's drop one down. Freestanding. All right, there's an arrow slot. We have it set to allow light. So I have a feeling if we want to put the arrow slots on, we're going to have to do this again. But I tell you what, let's experiment. I don't think it's going to end up looking as clean as it should when we get this done. So I think what we're going to have to do is draw the arcs between these. I'm not feeling good about this. Let's see. So maybe like there to here. And we need the walls over. And then here, no. Here. That doesn't look very clean. And the issue is going to be that the width on this is only going to match up to like the width on the crenellations on the wall. So I don't know, to make this work, perhaps we need to use a different wall. For this part. Maybe this. I want to see about the width. So that would work. So I'm thinking like there to there. Not happy with that curve. The curve needs to be a little more subtle. Because it's short. Damn things are just too long. Honestly, I think the option, if we really want... If we really want these arrow slots, I think our option is going to be this. To go from here to here. Then to get rid of this, I mean, we're just going to have to get silly here. Probably have to undo that. This is what I'm thinking. Let's see if it ends up working. Fuck you. I double clicked. All right. So we're going to temporarily place the doors here. Then, see, the issue is it's just not going to look right. And then you're going to have all this kind of stuff. What they really need are just some really tiny fucking windows to throw in there or something. I don't like those. And I don't, let me, so we can't color them. I mean, we could maybe do that. The small window frames. Let's try that. Tiny, how's it going? All right, so let's see if we put these tiny frames on there. Like that. See, it still does. Why does it do that stupid shit? Right there. It's just like these curved walls are broken. See, look at our, it doesn't even create a break there. And watch, when we do the light tool, I mean, it lets the light out, but oh my God, it looks so bad. So I think the only way we could make those work. No, when you delete points, all it does is flattens the circle out. So the most you can do to make it work would be use the portal tool, use like a, and that's as small as we can get. These things don't work, the arrow slots, because they create this big overlap and there are issues. So I feel like the only thing we could do is this. Do it freestanding. Find our angle that works. So like one there. One there. And that's not making me happy. There. And I mean, these literally are too wide for arrow slots. And I think I need to offset them just a little bit. And then let's try the wall tool and see what it does. This is a lot of fiddling to get these things in there. So let's go from middle, from center to center. Then from center to center. Delete that endpoint. And we'll adjust this one. So go there. there. So I think that's as close as we can get to arrow slots. I mean, I've been doing good. How about yourself? I mean, I've seen you kind of popping in stream, but I figure you're working. And I never call anybody out. You know, I figure if they want to talk, they'll pop in and say, "Hey, yeah, how's it going?" So, doors, everything works. I think that's how we're going to do these towers with the freaking arrow slots, is like that. It's not beautiful, but it'll work. It's just going to be a lot of work to make it work. That's going to be the problem. Yeah, I mean, this is, this is our last 4 days on Twitch. Friday will be 100% over on YouTube. I don't even know why they need arrow slots on the first floor when they're down in a fucking hole, but we're gonna put them on there. But I think that's what we'll have to do to make this damn thing work. I mean, it is what it is. Let's see which direction I want to go. I think it needs to be like 47 degrees. Does that look right? I could, but if you look, see, this has 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. See how it's offset? And then this one down here, it's like 3 and 1 or 4 and 1. This is like that. None of them are the same, or else I would duplicate them. But it's just not drawn that way. I mean, I wish I could copy and paste it, but it's just the way the wall pattern is there. It's not going to let me. So I think I need to take that to like 34. Yeah, 34 will do. So do that 134. This one should be a 90-degree. Almost. So there's those. We're going to... Actually, this is the best way to do it. Let's be honest. I always forget that you can fine tune so much easier with that. There's always an easy button. I just don't always find it. So let's, you know what? Let's force ourselves to find the easy button. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? And then we've got to do this again on another level above this one. At least the final one is what do you mean on YouTube? Well, if you're on computer PC, it's next to it, right? I don't know about on phone, but on the computer it's next to it. Ah, you know what? Here's the thing. I kind of have confidence that YouTube will fix little stuff like that. Um, I mean, they just spent 40, 50 million dollars on bringing two big streamers over. So I think they'll fix it. That's pretty minor. I mean, there is stuff on here that I think is much better than Twitch. The fact that you can pause, um, rewind, all that kind of stuff while the stream is live. You know, the YouTube like VOD features are still in there, like being able to pause and make things convenient for people that might need to get up but don't want to, maybe they're not worried about staying current with chat and stuff. They just want to watch what's going on. And honestly, I'm seeing more views throughout the stream than I am over on Twitch during the stream. I only have so many concurrent viewers right now, but my playbacks are a lot higher. Look at that. That was so much easier than what I've been trying to do. Yeah, I mean, those are, honestly, those are really viewer friendly features. You know what I mean? We need to fix this one. They just need to fix, I mean, that's always what most people will say, oh, they hate the chat on YouTube. I really think that's something that they're going to fix. It used to be, I don't know if you guys remember the, what the hell did I just hit? The YouTube gaming app when they started their live streams years ago. And then they decided we don't like the gaming app. The YouTube gaming app worked really well for viewing the stream. I don't know why they decided to abandon that. Shit. Keep touching that background. I'm wondering how much I've pulled it out of skew. Yeah, I feel like the center to center on this is going to work fine. Going from center that to center this. We just need to pull that in so that it matches up. There we go. To edit lock elements. Yeah. I mean, I don't have a lot of complaints about Dungeondraft. There are a few things I'd like to see that would make things work a little better. But you know, for me the biggest selling point is integration into Foundry. My complaint about the water tool is when you're drawing with the water tool, it decides to, you know, I'm big on keeping things inside the lines. It drove me crazy if my kids would draw outside the lines with their crayons, so I had to walk away. Um, but when it starts like flooding underneath of stuff, and you know that that's going to create an issue with it possibly flooding across the screen, oh my God, that's where I've seen it like screen tear across and then just flood the whole map is when it starts doing that stuff. So the water tool needs to really be fixed because the water tool is broken. I use it a lot for things that aren't even water. And, it's good, but it has some serious freaking issues too. See, now, like for the second floor and the roof, I'll be able to build those consistently and just um, put them in, make one, and then copy paste across the board. It's this bottom floor that's a pain in the butt. All right. I guess let's start drawing our walls here. And then we can start drawing some other stuff that should work fine. I say that and watch it not. Let's turn edit points off. Let's reset that. Let's do this. So we're going to do the drawing, then we're going to come back in and correct the points after we're done. So you guys been watching that series Foundation based on the Asimov books on Apple TV? it it's not bad, but some things of the adaptation are frustrating. You know, at the end of the second episode, I was like, what the fuck? You know, if you've read the Foundation novels and then you're watching that, I'm the kind of person, if I've read a novel and then it starts veering horribly, I'm like, what the fuck? I tell you what, I think the two best shows on Apple TV, in fact, I'll even go to three. One is that Ted Lasso. The other was the one making fun of MMO programmers, Mythic Quest. It's fucking awesome. Um, and then that other one with Jason Momoa, you know, Aquaman, called Sea. That one's really good too. Honestly, this is don't have a stroke, Tiny. This is one of the few times that I'll agree with my son on something. He's watched some of it, like just after watching Ted Lasso with us when he comes over. He said, "You know what? I think the production value on these Apple shows far exceeds the production value on most of the Netflix shows that we've seen." And I have to agree with him on something for a change. Ted Lasso is fucking awesome. And I don't even like soccer. Shit. I saw that. You don't like soccer either, and you live in Brazil. Yeah, I mean, I saw they're doing the new Fantasy Island, but I don't know about that. The wife will probably like it, but the foundation thing, I don't know. Like I said, it's one I'm having trouble with because I read the books. Momoa, yeah, that's it's October, right? When it releases, and it'll be on HBO Max, so I don't have to go to the theater, and I don't have to put pants on to go see the movie. That is my that is the most important factor in everything for me now, not having to put pants on and go out. I get a little bit annoyed every morning because I have to put pants on to drive my daughter to school. Pandemic's really made me. I do have pants on right now because I had to take her to school. So I'm a little bit annoyed over that. I think we're going to take this outside a little more. Yeah, those are the two things that I really, the pandemic's been awful. But but the fact that I got to go all that time without wearing pants because I didn't have to go out for anything. And when I did have to go out, there was like one other guy on the road. Pandemic driving and no pants were two absolutely awesome things. I know it's selfish of me to wish for those two things to be back, but I miss them. Well, yeah, well, those are my gym pants that I always have on, my crazy wear pants. But now I don't have them on all the time because I'm actually using them to work out again. So, they go right in the shower. They go right in the wash after I get done working out. I worked out 3 days last week. I think I'm going to go to four: Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, they are. Here, I'll show you these things. Oh, I've already started deadlifting again. What are gym pants? I will show you. Let me fix this. All right. I always get my shit from this place. Stuff like this. Those are, those are, Christ, bodybuilders started wearing those things. When did I start buying those fucking things? I want to say those are like a remnant of the 80s. Exactly. I do actually work out in a tank top. I can't stand wearing a t-shirt. Can't stand wearing a t-shirt. I can't stand wet, sweaty clothes. So less cloth, the better. Come on. I'm trying to tickle this one. There we go. Don't move. Delete. We're spending so fucking much time on getting these towers right. It's crazy. I don't think we've spent this much time on any aspect of any item on any map we've made in the past. But I'm so determined to make these things look right. It's driving me nuts. That's the only way I'm going to ever get six-pack abs at this point. Oh, shit. Yeah, I've seen the door jam portal types. Okay, I'm just making sure we still have a loud light on. I was going to be pissed if I went through all this, but I think I could edit that anyway. Yeah, Hugo, I mean, you know, I've talked about how shitty my knees are. And picked up basically a come on. Sissy squat that allows me to lock my feet in and give me that's going to be my Christmas gift. Give me support right on my calves, and I'm able to squat on that thing now. You know, I dieted down to where like 170, so probably a large. I mean, I'm going to try to eat up to 200, 210 again. No, I dieted down. I dieted down when I injured my back. If I would have kept eating the way I did when I worked out, um, I just would have gotten massively fat. So I pulled myself down from 210 to 170 over the 2 years, and now I got to try to put it back on. You know, when you're not working out, you don't want to keep eating the same number of calories and end up, you know, there's no such thing as turning muscle to fat. It's just the muscle goes down and fat comes in because you keep eating like an idiot. I mean, I've been back in 3 weeks now. Last last week was the first week I did everything. My knees were just aching like a bitch. Then I got that thing and I'm like, you know what? Let's give it a try. And the fact that I was pain free on it, I think I'm gonna for a while because I'm neglected my legs for a bit. Is do leg day twice a week and do the other muscle groups because I'm not going to power lift with my legs. I'm not going for heavy squats, heavy leg presses, or anything anymore. I'm not gonna force surgery. It's just a really bad idea. But I'm gonna hit legs twice a week and try to get. I mean, all I'm gonna do for legs is 100 squats twice a week. And for now, I'm just going with body weight on that thing. And then I'll get to where I'm maybe holding a 45-pound plate or something like that. Well, what I'm doing is putting the wall over that frame there. And then over the door itself, I'm putting the wall over the door. Just because if I don't, then you're going to have a line of sight leak coming in. Oh, come on. I think I'm going to get rid of this. Come on. Oh, you fucker. These little dots are so ornery. Problem is, what's been happening, if I try to put the door on the wall, it's before you got in, Tal will tell you how bad it was. It was creating like weird lines, and there's all kinds of shit. I'm gonna do double leg day now, and just do all the other body parts once a week. But I mean, last week, I mean, I shouldn't be uptight. So it's been like 2 years off. But I deadlifted 275 on back day, and I benched 225. So I'm not unhappy. I mean, I'm not happy, but I don't think I'm going to try to deadlift over 500 like I was doing before. And I don't have a spotter, so I don't think I'm going to 410 on the bench either. I'm just going to have to not work out as crazy as I was. So I think those all look good. Let's test the light on the doors, and then we can start filling in the I mean, if I had a spotter, I'd train to work heavier, but since the boy is not here and I don't trust my wife or daughter to spot for me, I've got to stick with what won't kill me. And, you know, I'd say that to their face. I don't trust them to spot for me. Not because they would intentionally do something stupid, but because it's more weight than they can get off of me. My daughter, maybe she would do something intentionally stupid. Healthy amount for a 5.7. What's a 5.7? Let me see what this says. Hold on. Why did that open Chipotle? No, it's just if I want to get my weight back up and my size, you don't get there unless you push big weight. All right. Fuck. That how long did we just spend on those little fucking towers getting those walls up? That was a long time. Let's get some easy wall building done. All right, so this needs to go under, and we'll go, what? Here to here with a slight curve. I don't know, can we do this as one curve? No, we can't. So we'll do that. It doesn't need to be exact. To that. To that. All right, that's good. I think I want to build this wall here and put the door in. These doors are just so damned big. Put that one there. This one we're going to drop and adjust. Fuck. So that takes care of those two zones for the doors. Is that these doors we're going to drop after we get those straight lines in. What do you mean, how much do I want to lose? I think what we want to do here is wall tool. This. I mean, for me to get back to where I was, I don't want to lose any weight. If I want to get back to where I was as far as strength and body weight, um, need to pick up 35 pounds. And I'll do it slowly over 2 to 3 years if I can. Shit. I'm just not sure that, I'm getting to be an old fart. I'm not sure that I'll be able to get the muscle mass back. It's just one of those things, as you get older, you are fighting time. Being an old fart can be good too. Maybe. I don't know about that. No, I'm not climbing stuff anymore. I miss it, but I'm not going to climb stuff anymore. And that's simply because, my knees just won't let me. I think a lot of people don't realize you climb with your legs. If you're climbing and using your arms all the way up, you're gonna fucking die. Oh, I'll still do that. There is no doubt. I mean, if I don't do it, nobody else will. I want this one, I think, to go over. So I think what I want to do is start this off like here. See, if I do it under, I'm going to have to redo that one. Were you in when I said what I got the wife for our 35th anniversary, Tiny? So used to saying Tiny. Hugo. Come on. Can we make this work? I think we can. I think I can. I think I can. I had to cheat the system to get it too. Let me see if this is working. I'm a little nervous about this one. It's working. No, it's not. Look at that. Oh, fuck. I'm going to erase that wall and redo it. I've put I put a couple of games on there for her to try. She's had simulation sickness playing Elder Scrolls Online. So I think I want to try Yeah, I gotta redo those walls. I want to try a couple of different games and see how she reacts to that. Um, I don't know if Destiny will be a little bit different. I what have I put on her? I'd have to look and see what I put on her damn Xbox. Let me look at mine and see what I've added recently. I'm gonna use my phone. Let's see, library, games. Can this be any slower? So I put Sea of Thieves on hers, Back for Blood to see because she loves zombie movies. Um, she actually this weekend did like 2 hours before she started having a problem. So I think she needs to get used to it. Um, I put on that Alice first person game. I put Fable 3 on there for her to play by herself. Um, I put Destiny on hers. Trying to remember what else I put on, but I'm putting a bunch of different ones to see if anything that's maybe did I update to it? Yeah, I mean it does it takes getting used to. I remember back in the day when newer um more realistic stuff came out, I would have headaches and stuff. And now it just doesn't happen anymore. It's just a matter of getting your brain used to the motion and all. I'm not sure if I updated to 15 yet or not. I don't think it's given me the option. Let me take a look. General, I think it's under general, right? Software update. So yeah, I've got also available 15. Um, I'll probably do it. I'll do it after I get off because I want to plug it in. Yeah, it's telling me I'm on 14.8. It says I can upgrade to iOS 15. Yeah. So I'm going to have to, like I said, I'll do that once I am out there and can plug it in. I don't keep the charger in here. I mean, I do. It's a contact charger, set it down, but I like to use the plug just in case. I'm old school like that. I like plugs. Plugging things in. That doesn't sound right, does it? I'll fix those ends. I think what I'm going to do is this. Let's stretch it up. Let's add another point here. And then pull that there. I don't know if she'll dig like Sea of Thieves or something like that. I know it's a lot of jackasses trying to steal your shit. Maybe she'll get into like an FPS. That would be cool. Told her, just think you can get all kinds of aggression out on people you don't even know. Okay, yeah. That's why I think like PvE, first person shooters, stuff like that might be okay. We're doing a lot of redos on this, aren't we? But I think it will make it much nicer when we're done. I'm going to pull up the old map in a second. I mean, the old map was okay, but definitely. Fuck. Not as nice. Oh, we didn't pick the right wall. That was stupid. Nice gentle curve. Much better. Tell you what, let's finish this off. All right, that's good. Redo this wall. That one might actually be in line. Is that possible? I think that's in line. Let's see if oh shit. Uh, I think we can fix it. Yes, we can. I was ready to freak out. I think we can leave those two like that. Check the other one. Hey, Carlo, how's it going? All right, so let's block light with that door and test it. All right, so that's good. And it's still a little bit off on the endpoint, isn't it? Let's fix that real quick. Wall tool, edit points. What do you mean DM strategies? Like what? Map building tips? Biggest tip I have, I mean, this is a huge fucking map, right? And the biggest thing that I have is if you are building for people running on a virtual tabletop, build a map so everybody will be able to see it. I've had some maps that go over the 8192 pixel limit. It's just going to be on a by machine basis. And if, you know, every player isn't going to have an awesome computer. So you've got to build your maps so that they work for the worst set of specs. And the worst set of specs is going to be anybody that has integrated graphics on their computer, you know, like an HD 6000 graphics built into an Intel chip. I'm not sure. It could be, what is it, like the 5700G AMD chip? Those integrated chips are supposed to be pretty good. So I'm almost tempted to build a machine with an AMD integrated chip for the wife to test this theory, because you know you just can't get graphics cards at this point. That's not going to work. But you know, the best thing you can do is build your maps so that everybody can take advantage of them. I had to rebuild quite a few because I have Mac users that integrated graphics won't allow them to see the maps that we've created. So I went in and rebuilt some. I did a lot of rebuilding just because I was not happy with the older maps that I made. Um, some that I've rebuilt have been because of integrated graphics cards, or integrated graphics. It's not a card, let's face it. Um, I mean, if you can, keep it simple. I'm not real happy with that. What do you use to, I mean, what do you use to map? Dungeondraft? Let's see, that's much better. Might redo this wall down here. Maybe, maybe not. Dungeondraft export to Foundry. Yeah, I mean, that's what I do. This, so I'll show you what I, I don't know if you're familiar with like the original maps from Dungeon of the Mad Mage, but this is what the maps would look like if you're playing it. Just black and white, look like shit. Obviously, not the ridge line and stuff like that. Um, the map is nowhere near getting to where I want it to be yet, but you know, we're getting to where it's an improvement over what it was. We're also on this map experimenting with, you know, doing multiple levels, you know, the second level and tower roof. And we're going to build those directly on top of these, export the second and third level as tiles, and drop those right on top so the players using Foundry, multi-level tokens, the level mod, and I think it's dungeon height. They'll be able to just step on the ladder, go up to the second level, step on the ladder, go up to the roof, and each zone I can populate and have so that separate encounters are in there ready. I'm not happy totally with the arrow slots, but they won't be able to pass through. I can show you the one I just finished for your Foundry Exploded. It's one of those things I think you have to use judiciously. I don't know if Tal's still in stream. I know he just went through and was working on one of his own maps. Where are the exports? Oh, I know why. I exported these as yeah, I think Carlo's over in on Twitch asking some questions too. Yeah. So the transition from ground to water, um, it's always going to be difficult to make it so that it looks right. Yeah, Tal saying, levels mod, use that thing sparingly. I'm gonna. So here's my old Mad Mage map. And you're always gonna have that issue. Like it's a cave with a river running through it. What I do to try to indicate depth, at least as far as the water, is throw in some rocks and stuff like that to give it depth. The other thing that you could do is do something along the shoreline, maybe add plants, just stuff along there. Um, I didn't worry about it on this map though, you know what I mean? But what he's asking is like transitioning from like beach to water so it gives an indication of level. The closest that I do most of the time is throwing stuff in to show that, there's stuff under the water and it kind of tells the eye that there's a difference in level. But as far as sloping downward, um, there's nothing that really is going to give you an indication of slope. Um, I mean, that's the only issue. I mean, right here you can tell that there's elevation differentials here because we've got the cliff in there. Um, trees is the only defining feature. Yeah. I mean, you could use the old cartographer trick of maybe using a path tool and putting elevation lines. I think that's what they did on the Curse of Strahd maps that were actually colored that they did. Um, the other thing you could do is maybe do something like the cliff path tool. I think they have. Let's take a look. I'm just looking at my path tools to see what's in there that could give another indication of increasing elevation. I mean, you know what you could do is create small ridges with like the dirt ridge line, and maybe, and this is probably too wide, but you know kind of, and I have it set so that it goes down, but if you've got like this setup as grass, you could do setup as levels where it goes up. um and then that would give you, if they're going up a hill, a lot of times, unless you're talking like a smooth hill, there's nothing that's going to do that. But a lot of times hills will have areas, and that would give you the differentials right there. These paths are from Forgotten Adventures. It's a Patreon where I get it from, and that would give you your, if this was grass down here, that would give you your elevations, and they have different elevation change things there. Um, but I think that's how I would do it instead of doing like elevation lines. Yeah, but a lot of the assets can't, unless you're using the standard assets, and I don't think some of those can be colored. So, and if you're doing that, then you probably would want to go in and color and indicate shadow for light and stuff like that. And I don't know how well that would shade together. I mean, you can, if you're downloading the Forgotten Adventures assets, what's the lowest one? Tal, is it like $3 once a month? Something like that? I mean, I can take a look. I'm thinking on this map, I may also, on that second level, create, if I can create a domed roof for this. I mean, you might be able to find some of those things on, have you gone to cartographyassets.com? They have some of the Forgotten Adventures assets and stuff from other makers. You know, reduced packs that you can use, like a starter pack, and there are paths in there. Yeah, go to cartographyassets.com. See if that showed up in chat. Yeah, go there, and they have a lot of packs on there. Some from Forgotten Adventures, might even be some Tom Cardos packs. I'm pretty sure there's some paths included in the Forgotten Adventures pack. But that's a really good place to find stuff for your map making. And then if you find, somebody that produces assets that you really like, you can always go in and check out their site and see if there's anything. Like I said, some of the Patreons are cheap at $3 a month to get stuff. It's it's worth it. I mean, I use all my stuff for personal use. I stream when I'm making my maps, just because I'm gonna spend all day making a map, so I still stream it. Um, and I think I've said I may end up. Oh shit! I want to see if I did something. I just want to make sure that marble's not going outside of my wall line. Now at this point, I'm really intrigued with Tailspire. It's a 3D tool, and I mean, I may eventually move over to using that to run my games, but they've got they've got stuff that they need to fix. Carlo the Man returns. Thank you for the follow. And I'm going to put this up there because we're only on Twitch through Thursday of this week, and then we're flipping over to our YouTube channel permanently. If you want to follow over there and see what we're working on, you can feel free to do that. But Tailspire, I'm intrigued by the potential for the 3D mapping. And on that, you definitely can have the broken down stuff. Now, Broken down walls you can indicate in here as well. Just not really well with the built-in assets. I want to take a look and see. I have take a look at some of my original maps when I first started farting around with this. Let me fix this wall first. Because some of those original maps were done all with built-in assets. I mean, that's what we all do. We buy it, we start farting around with the original assets, and then we're like, man, where can I find some shit that looks better and gives me more options? Let's fix this. Welcome back, Tiny. Oh, I meant that to go under. God damn it. I gotta erase all those motherfucking walls. I do that every time. That's like my biggest fail when I'm doing maps is forgetting that these walls coming off, I need them to go under. I mean, I don't have to. Players won't see it, but I will see it. And that's not acceptable. Not acceptable at all. So let's get that there. This curve, I'm assuming, is going about here. I clicked it too soon, but I think it worked. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for my maps, I think it's just sloppy work if I do something like that and I have to erase it. Give me a second. I'm going to take a look at some of the original ones I did with built-in assets. I'm thinking Dungeon of the Dead 3 might have something like that in it. And then we've gone in and we rebuilt Dungeon of the Dead 3 using Tailspire. Tailspire is really awesome, especially for a $25 program. But let me take a look here. I may even go in and rebuild dungeon level 1 in this thing eventually. Where did that go? Yeah, these dungeons always have some broken out walls and stuff. Nothing on that map. Let me take a look. I mean, honestly, I'm not even gonna look. You could you could use the built-in assets on Dungeondraft to do your walls. All right. So, I mean, it would just be a matter of I know they don't have awesome rocks and stuff, but um, I think I've got the built-in assets turned off on this. Yeah, I do. Well, there's some. So, I mean, let's just go ahead and draw something here. It would just be a matter of, you've got your wall. That's where it would be broken. Let's make the wall go off there. It doesn't really matter. Then you look at your object tool, and we'll look for rocks. I believe those are built-in assets. Trying to find the built-in rocks. I mean, those are the lava rocks. Let's look at what they have for stone. This is what I'm going to show you based on this. Um, yeah. So I'm going to use these. And what I would normally do is this. Let's see. Now, if you want the rocks to be here, you could go in and do this. Set up your randomizer. And then on your wall, start putting your stuff down to show that there's a break. And that'll make the wall so it doesn't come to a square end. It'll look like it's crumbled. And if your assets are, the same color and all set up the way they are, this would look like it's broken out from there. So you go to that layer above walls, put that down, and then for the rest of it, if you want your rubble in the room, throw it on user layer 1 or what you're going to do. And this would give you an indication of it being blasted in this way. But you can do that with the built-in assets. It's just a matter of getting creative with your scatter tool and your layers. Everything that you build doesn't have to be on layer 1. In fact, you want stuff to be on other layers. So if you need your walls to look broken, and there is really no broken wall asset. I mean, there is an asset that I have that it'll show like the door is broken out, and I think there's another one that might look like a hole in a wall. But if you don't have those, then you just end the wall where you want it to be broken and then create it that way. Um, use your randomizer, use your layers, and you can make the stuff look however you need it to look. I mean, that's what I did before I started looking for new assets and stuff. I figured out that, your walls You can always cover stuff. Yeah, that is one of my favorite lines. Use your words. Um, so your map gives an indication of what's going on, and you can always describe outside of it. I mean, I try to make it so that my maps do convey what I'm describing, but there are times, I mean, let's be honest, there are a lot of statue descriptions you're going to have that you're not going to have a statue for. You're just not going to. It doesn't matter how many asset packs you buy. Um, it's just not going to exist. Now, it's possible to piece together from various statues and components a statue that resembles it, but I'll be blunt. A lot of times I can't find a statue I want, so I will. These are new. What happened to the statue base I use all the time? Did they take that off, Tal? I'm going to be pissed if that's gone. I'll have to pull those in. So yeah, I've got to pull those statue bases in. That's a version 2 that I'm going to have to pull in. Now, granted, we did get some new statues that'll be useful. But I use that statue base all the time. Let's take a look here. Statue bases. All right. So a lot of times I actually like these, so that's not bad. Um, if there's a statue that gives a description, exactly. If there's a statue that has no description, I'll just put a statue base down, and I'll size it to what it needs to be, and I'll say that's what's there. Um, but now we've got what's going on here? Got some more statue add-ons, wings. What do we have here? Statue add-ons. What about regular statues? So the regular statues brings up a lot of stuff there. I'm not a real fan of these simple shape statues. Bases. They have added some new stuff though. But I'll still go in and pull that because there are other statue assets that I like to use. The Cardos assets, a few others. I just haven't pulled them in yet. I mean, you can use a generic if you want, but I like to use just a base. I need to find time to start drawing some assets that I can't find that I need. A video game money glitch. Yeah, maybe. But I mean there's always a solution to make the stuff work that you need to work in here. It's just a matter of experimenting. I mean, my maps now look better than when I started with the tool and just used the original assets. And, you know, 6 months down the road, more maps, they'll look better than the ones I'm doing now. Yeah, I think I'm going to build a roof layer here. Now you just need some money to publish it. Yeah, you just go through a self-publisher and you can publish anything. You just need one that doesn't charge you to do it. See, now that's another question that brings me back to Tailspire. I don't know if you've heard of that one. I'm going to try to figure out, I'm going to see if there's a way for me to create a dome roof over top of this, and do that on the second layer. I think I'm going to like put some type of dome roof there, something on all of this. Um, and I think this goes up to a height of 30 feet inside this building, but it's all domed. So it looks like a rounded spider. Um, so I'm going to have to, I don't know, I'm going to have to get creative with that. And then this is just like slave pens. So I believe that'd just be open, maybe. I'll figure that out. I didn't expect to take as long as we did today, but those damned arrow slots threw a kink in the works. And then I'm going to, I got to go out and get the grill ready. I'm making some tri-tip tonight, some steaks. And tri-tip, they literally are what they sound like. You know, they've got like a triangle. I'll cook them 125 degrees, let them rest in foil till it hits about 130 once it's in the house, and then thin slice it. That is some good stuff. I do live to use my grill. Let's go ahead and make this. Last question. Okay, so this stuff that's on here all is from this. Let me pull it up. This is Dungeon of the Mad Mage. It's one of their maps. And that won't be there when I finish the map. The finished map, let's see. So that's my reference, and Dungeondraft lets you put a reference underneath. So I create the reference, I scale it using a program called MapGrid, and then I'll go ahead and pull that into here. These maps usually are at a scale of 2.56 when I pull them in, to resize it on the map. And then I leave that down there. Now, if I were to do the map the way that I did, where I'm putting textures and stuff down, here's one thing that I do. These pattern shape tools, I always put them below water. Once I eliminate that trace image, it's going to look just like it was on layer 1. But I learned a long time ago that if you do it below water, your trace image shows through while you're doing all of your work. And I'm able to see what's going on here. Um, but the map, you know, it'll end up having more stuff on it than this by the time I'm done. But I need that so that I can see what the map looks like. If I'm making my own maps for random encounters and stuff like that, you'll never have that on there. I just design the map and do it. Um, the other program I'm talking about, I always keep a reference map off to the side to see what I'm doing. Um, Let me show you this one. Where is it? So I've been experimenting with this. Exactly. So I don't know if you've ever run Lost Mines of Fandelver, but I'm in the process of going in and mapping Lost Mines in this, and it's a 3D map tool. So this is like the first encounter mapped out. And unfortunately, it is, you talk about Minecraft, you would have to really put a bunch of rocks around and stuff like this to get rid of the square edges. But this is like one of the first maps me messing around with. Now, if I do this, you can see the goblins that are there for the ambush. The DM, as I can see everything. Um, as they come around the bend here, they're not going to see that stuff waiting. They'll see the dead horses. Bam, there you go. This one is the one I want to finish, and this has really been, I don't know, I don't even know how many hours I put in on this thing, but this is the Cragmaw Cave, and this is the entryway where you can go up here. You either have that or you have the bridge. Off to the side here we have like the wolves, and here's, I just threw a mini in here for the hell of it. There's your encounter. Over here you have the other encounter in the back where like the big boss is. So I think I'm at the point now where I can start building the encounters up. I think we've pretty much decorated everything, but this is just another program I'm messing with because I'm intrigued with the 3D elements. So, but I've been building and working. What happened to that floor piece there? I've been working on this one for a bit. There we go. And the only way to make smooth out some of this stuff is add rocks and stuff in there. But yeah, I mean, we're slowly. I'm experimenting with this to see if we can get it to where, it is fully playable and all. But we're just having fun messing with building the maps in here. I think the first one that I did, it's got to be the yeah, it's the Avernus map. So we got Dungeon of Dead 3. It was the Elf Song Tavern that we did. This was the first one we made with this. Taking its good old time loading. So here's the tavern. We need to get down on the ground level, don't we? There we go. So you can come into the tavern. The issue with this is going to be my Mac players can't use it. So it's kind of a bummer. The other thing that I need to mess with is and here's the thing, your players could go and look at everything in here, all the things, and there's something in here called hide volumes. You can go in and set up so that they can't see this zone. So a lot of it has to do with setting up your hide volumes. But this doesn't have any real integration for like D&D Beyond, where Foundry, I have that fully integrated for D&D Beyond, and that's what I'll keep using for now. So I tell you what, there's nothing that'll, well, hold on. I say there's nothing that'll do that, but I think there is. We're going to see if this will work, because I believe the walls are on the path tools, right? But we can't color them. I need something black. That's just a wibbly wobbly line. You gotta like that. Seeing any black walls. So we'll build it the way we did the first time. We're going to use our wall tool. It just won't come to a point. Turn edit points off so we don't mess that up. And we'll do this. be much happier if I could scale that end down. But it works. Tell you what, let's get our interior walls in, and then... All right, so for this, I think we can snap it. So this is where it's going to be a little problematic for us. So we'll go up here. Go there. There. I do like to use the snap as at least a starting point. Oh, that'll work. Now let's see if the doors work. I have a feeling we're going to be a little screwed right here. I don't want them freestanding. Door, door, door. They're all working. Damn. So I think tomorrow we'll get the rest of this compound built in, you know, the basic building. We may work on the second and third layer, but those are going to be pretty quick. We've got to work on these, which are going to be like metallic webs, because there's like these giant spider golems or some bull crap like that in here. So we're going to have to run some metallic looking webs all through here. We'll set in our arch gates. We'll look and see. Yeah, we need to set our stalactites and stalagmites in there. And then we can decorate. And then hopefully call this map done by the end of the day tomorrow. But that's going to be it for now. I'm going to go ahead and work out, get the grill started so I can cook my dinner for the night. And we'll be on tomorrow working on this again. Thanks again, everybody, for stopping in. Enjoyed answering your questions and chatting and all that good stuff. And we'll see you guys next time. Have an awesome evening. Take it easy, Hugo.